Thanks for continuing to support the Omen Den Shimmer Wolf Arts with your Tier 1 sub. Hope you continue to enjoy your emotes and ad-free viewing with Aliu.
Well, hello there. Hello, and welcome to the stream. My name is Andy Arconic, Salute the Crow, Aloo, and many other names, and today is Friday, December 22nd, 2023. What's going on, everybody? Welcome on in. Hopefully, you're all doing well. Caden, thank you for the 23 months. Yeah, almost 2 years. That's incredible. Can't believe it's been that long. Thank you again for your support. Hope you're doing well. Welcome. Chat, it has been a while, hasn't it? But I'm here. I'm here now. And is that what matters? Maybe. But the point is that we can start again. Ow! Vampire, why? What'd I do? Thank you for shouting out Vampire, Caden. I appreciate it. Oh, chat. A lot of things have been going on. A lot of stuff has been happening. And boy, do we not have a lot of time to go over each individual little idea. But we're here nonetheless. And isn't that what matters? Or at least that's what I'm told. Maybe it does matter. Maybe it doesn't. But we've got a lot of things to consider. And it's a holiday weekend for a lot of people. A lot of things are coming up. You always pelt the stinky crow. Now, hold on. It's kind of something glass houses, crispy vampire. Chat. Feels good to be back. So, going forward, let's address some things. I have become incredibly busy. And I'm only going to get busier, so my streams are going to be mostly weekend streams, starting Fridays and ending Sundays. That's just how it's going to be going forward. I'm going to try and commit to 3 days and have 3 or 4 hour streams. Tonight's going to be a little different because obviously it's been a minute. So we got to go longer. We got to play some things. We got to enjoy ourselves, and we got to work on this API over here. The Omen Den's API, indeed. Now, amongst other things, chat, it really has been a long time. I do indeed. Caden! God damn it! I got that Discord notif. Ah! Got him. True. 46%. Oh, sweet Christmas. Chat, I did have to get rid of some of my features that I normally have on the stream. So Fortune and Tarot are gone for now. Might add them back later. Still have GPT, though. You can play with that. We've got a few other things. Keo, what's going on, Keo? How you doing? It's been a minute. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for shouting out Keo. Keo is amazing, a very lovely individual. And I forgot to mention it earlier too, but Vampire is also a very lovely individual. Both of these people, give them a follow. Trust me, you won't regret it. Quite lovely. And, of course, can't forget to go and follow Shimmer. Caden. If you haven't followed them yet, what are you doing? Go check them out, especially for their artwork. Got a second monitor for your gaming laptop, so you've been loving it today? Excellent. Nice. That's fantastic. Love to see it. Woo-wee, chat. Is it a faux pas to speak ill? Is it a faux pas to do the right thing? And I wonder. In any case, who cares? Point is, chat, we're here to have fun. We're here to enjoy ourselves. And that's exactly what I plan to do. We're going to be coding tonight. We're going to be doing some coding, actually, and we're going to try and get involved with a bit of this API over here. So this API, the Omen Den's API, we're just going to go and do some very basic structural changes to it, try and get some of the fast endpoints actually to sync up and line up quite well. And then we're going to go into some Minecraft a little later to try and just do some fun stuff. I'm not really planning to have anything else go over that, but that's essentially what we're going to do. Chat, my goal here is to demonstrate that you don't need to be good at mathematics to code. You need to be good at problem solving, which does naturally come from a mathematics rigorous education, but you do not need to be good at mathematics itself to code. There are a lot of people out there that will tell you you do, and honestly, in the current side of coding that I'm in, you don't. What's going on, Rusty's? How you doing? So there's a lot of interesting notions that I've seen, and it's honestly kind of frustrating because just like with a whole lot of different things, you don't need the rote arithmetic. You don't need the mechanics behind it, right? Because that's what mathematics education in the United States is for the most part. It is rote arithmetic. It is learning the mechanics of mathematics, which is a whole other conversation about opinions on mathematics education and why I think that's kind of a mistake. But overall, you need to be good at problem solving. Word problems specifically, and filtering out useless information from useful information or useful data to process it into actual information, right? But overall, no, you do not need to be good at the rote arithmetic in mathematics. So, that's also kind of a notion here. Now, am I saying you don't need to understand mathematical concepts? No, I'm just saying you don't have to be good at. And there's a huge difference in that. There's a nuance in that. People will tell you math is the prohibitive factor to coding, and it's like, no, not necessarily. It's the problem-solving skills that you learn alongside a mathematics education, or at least some sort of stint into mathematics and science, right? I mean, why do science courses, science classes, and a science curriculum teach you beyond just, physics and chemistry? They teach you different approaches to problems, right? They teach you different ways to solve problems. I'm doing well. Hope you're doing well, Rusties. You hate math? I agree, Keo. I have a degree in mathematics, and I am rubbish at it. But honestly, it's the thinking, the whole paradigm behind how you solve problems that you need, right? I don't necessarily care if you can multiply two 4-digit numbers together and give me the actual answer. I care about how you go about reaching that, right? It's the thought process, it's the methodology that matters more than the actual mechanics behind them. Because you can memorize formulas all day long. I mean, that's kind of what organic chemistry was for me, right? When I took organic chemistry, I'm going to go over to the live scene and I'm going to take off my hat. When it came to doing organic chemistry, one of the big things that was over there was learning each individual reaction between elements and carbon and each group and all that. Whereas what I had eventually was a professor who was incredibly smart. And she told us she didn't memorize the individual reactions because that's just ridiculous. That's how they weed people out. Rather, what she memorized were the specific patterns that came up inside of them, right? Didn't have to memorize each individual reaction if you understood the methodology of how those reactions originally were composed. Right, so instead of memorizing a reaction between fluoride and a methyl group, you memorize the SN1, SN2, or what have you reaction group that they had. And then you could form a rough estimate within that nuance. So when it comes to mathematics, we can take that sort of generalized approach, right, where we can come up with some sort of reasonable guess. But you don't need the exact rote arithmetic. You don't need that straight and narrow path. Rather, you need to recognize that there's multiple paths to approach a single solution, right? But it's not necessarily each path that you're memorizing. It's the thought process and how you arrive there that's important. So with coding, it's very similar in that sense, right? Because it's still computer science. This is just a side part or a subsection of computer science. It's still a science that we apply a methodology to, right? We formulate a hypothesis, we generate some conclusions from the particular experiments, we change the hypothesis over. Once those conclusions are justified, we review them, and then we submit them out and they become working code. So, with that in mind, a lot of what we're going to end up doing is not necessarily so math heavy, but it's going to be methodology heavy, right? Because we want to understand the patterns underneath. Mathematics overall, to me, and the way I've heard it explained, is the study of patterns. So wouldn't it behoove ourselves, instead of saying to be good at math, it would be much better to be good at pattern matching or understanding different patterns and their effective behavior. Now, if you understand the rote arithmetic, sure, I guess in some areas like rendering, rasterization, pathfinding, matrix optimization, you're going to have a lot easier of a time because those are math-dense sections of coding. But in the areas that I'm in, I don't necessarily need to understand the rote arithmetic behind mathematics. It helps that I do, but it's not a barrier to entry. So realistically, when I talk to people who are interested in coding, who are interested in getting started in coding and software development, the first and foremost thing is I tell them that they really need to understand how to solve a problem. They really need to be good with problem solving. You need to bolster those problem solving skills. And anything within science, any science education, any mathematics education, engineering, what have you, will help you with that. Thank you for the hydrate. But overall, it is not necessarily the barrier to entry to memorize a rote arithmetic. So that's me on my coding soapbox. Thank you again for the hydrate. Man. Anyway, chat. Now that spiel, that long-ass rant is over, let's go and check out where we left off. Because I couldn't tell you. I have no idea. I might be a little silly goose. I have 22 commits? What? How do I... 22? Why do I have 22? 22! Sweet Christmas, lads. All right, we'll pull. A rebase with conflicts? Oh, no. All right, let's go and compare current and incoming. Wait a minute. Current is the remote. So... keep current? Question mark? Hey! We reload these projects every time. Do you just... Ah, crap. The remote didn't have fast endpoints. Wham! Ah, well. You know what? We give it a shot because it's all that we got. La-di-da-di-dee, la-di-da-di-da. Suddenly you call my name and I lose my brain and I float up to the moon. Or something along those lines, chat. I'm not entirely sure. 20 commits? Holy crap, though. How did I get so far behind? We'll never know. Also, why do I do this to myself? Every time. Without fail. Let's go and take a look for fast endpoints. So fast endpoints is this opinionated library that I've been using. I really do enjoy it. I think it is quite neat. It is the bee's knees, if you will. This library has been fantastic. Now, why do I like it so much? Well, because I'm lazy. I'm incredibly lazy, and I'm going to just talk about this while you're on ads. But, yeah, very, very lazy. I don't have a whole lot else going here. And part of the reason for that is, of course, well, why wouldn't I want to be lazy in this sense, you know? There's a lot of opinions that this library takes that I particularly agree with. There's also a lot of opinions that this library takes that I don't particularly agree with. But overall, 22 bad? Nah, just a lot. Just a lot for me to work with. Welcome back, chat. I was talking about fast endpoints and why I do enjoy it. Let's go and check out strongly typed IDs. Ooh. Let's go and check out the pre-releases. Okay. Okay. And then we go and take a look at strongly typed ID. One of the big things here. Tennessee? What? We got that. We got that. I guess there is Flexera. Strong ID. Internet packages. Oh, okay. That's fine. All right, we'll get rid of the pre-release. We'll check the updates. Nothing there. Strongly typed IDs. Perfect. Okay. So let's consider some things, right? So we have Serolog. All right. Serolog is our logging provider. We do like Serolog here. I'm going to go and get rid of the notification window. And what we're going to do, we'll close out of this and we'll come back into the program.cs, right? So here, as you can see, we have response compression, response caching, anti-forgery, authentication, authorization, and endpoint short names. All right, we're going to go and change this up a bit. And we're also going to go and change the swagger generation in a little bit. But overall, this is going to be a pretty simple set of behaviors. And this is going to help us essentially come through and define our particulars when it comes to working with our endpoints. Now, I also have migrations, and I have context, and I have all that as well. But overall, I don't want to run this through too far. So let's go and take a look at our configurations, and let's go and change this up a little bit too, right? So last time we were in here, one of the things that we messed with was we were taking a look at our particular set of, how do I put this? We were taking a look at our generators and at our join entities, right? We don't necessarily need to configure our join entities this way either. Entity Framework handles a lot of that, and Entity Framework does a lot of good heavy lifting. So I don't necessarily need to do all this. It's just extra work for some of the other areas. And then we have, of course, our particular commands and queries. These are going to be how the API interacts with, well, this is how we interact with the API, right? And that is going to be a particularly important side of things to work with. And the reason why I say that is because, of course, as we go through this, and as we go through, and oh, I need to actually change this because this no longer exists. So this is part of the other neat thing too, chat. Strongly typed IDs got changed. I know I'm jumping all over the place, but this is kind of important. So here now we can go and do template.guid. And then we can go and do GUID full. Now this is going to give us an error because we don't have the particulars here, I don't think. So we're going to have to go and check out how to install them. So let's go and take a look at strongly typed IDs. And we'll go and check out Andrew Locke, because Andrew Locke is where it's at. And we'll go into this. So here, as you might be able to notice, there are going to be some demonstrations here. We have the incremental source generator, what have you, and that's essentially what that goes on. But what we're talking about here is we're going to go through the implementation details, right? And this particular changing of the implementation is going to provide us with these templates. And this is going to be particularly neat. So what we need to do is we need to go and find these templates here, right? So that's how that's going to work. You can get custom templates. You can use multiple templates, which is essentially what we're doing. And then for everything else, you know, it doesn't really matter what you do. Ah, Wolfie, what's going on? How you doing? So we can go. Not much in you. I'm doing all right. Just vibing. So you add that package. Where are the templates, actually? I actually forgot where they are. Templates. Well, I want to do everything except for Newtonsoft. So instead of doing full, we'll do GUID EF core. Hey, thanks for shouting out Caden again. Chat, go follow Caden. Trust. All right, so now we go and do that. Good full, nullable string full, don't really care. Strongly typed ID.templates. Okay, that's the package. That's what I need. That's what I need. So let's go and do this. Let's go to browse. Strongly typed ID.templates. Include pre-release. Go and install. Hey. That's nice. GUID dash. Okay, yeah, GUID dash EF core. Perfect. So we get the template and then we do GUID dash EF core. Perfect. Love to see it. Love to see that. And so you can see that down here in the templates that come up, and this is valid C#. So this is going to be how it actually is generated. So this is the neat thing. You can also see the Newtonsoft.json, right? So that's going to be a Newtonsoft JSON converter, which I might actually need to go and do anyway because we are using fast endpoints, and fast endpoints does like to use Newtonsoft. So I'll go and register this just in case. Good Newtonsoft JSON. So now that should auto-generate automagically, which will be nice. We're not using Dapper at this moment, but we will be able to go and use Dapper, especially since it has a particular component there. We're using the base template, which is the GUID template, and everything else that follows that should just work. So next thing I want to do is I want to go and check my extensions. We have the strongly typed ID converter selector here, which makes sense. So now this will yield return the base converters, and it will yield return the standard converters as well, while unwrapping their nullable types. So that works out nicely. We have the anti-forgery endpoint, which just goes and grabs an anti-forgery token from the provided anti-forgery. So that works out nicely. Oh, I have Visual Chat GPT Studio. Gotta love it. God damn. Forgot I had that. Ain't that nice? Ooh, and I have SpecFlow. All right, let's go. Controversial opinion, but Chan, I think AI coding has helped me dramatically understand coding a lot better, especially since I've had to go through and debug a lot of it. So, yeah, we do what we must. We do what we must. In a lot of other areas, though, we are going to have... I think if I run this, this should break. Well, let's go and test that out. Also, I'm going to make all my endpoints internal sealed classes. For some people, that might bother them because they are particularly... Huh. Heh. Heh. What the hell is this? Selecting new display tag, ID, name, times used. Okay, whatever. We do what we must for these nuts. Got him. You right, you right. How do you not have a definition for new? Aren't you... Eh? Do I need to define you like that? Huh? What in the hell? Alright, let's go and take a look at strongly typed IDs. So I see it's there. But this ain't doing it. So, why not? 58 references, but I only see those. So, source generator, what you doing, buddy? Let's go and double check and make sure the project is in .NET 8. That'll be a good one to go and double check. Hello? Hello? There we go. All right, we are in .NET 8. Enable, true. Yo, what's going on, kid? Attributes, client gen generator, fast endpoints, Azure Identity, easy caching core, memory, serialization, system text JSON. Do I need to actually go and install that? God damn it. I might have to go and install that, actually, now that I think about it. Might have to go and install the code analyzer because it just doesn't want to work for me. Rude. How rude, chat. How rude. Code analysis. Yeah, I do have... Oh, because I have pre-release. God, some days, man. This package is included as a development dependency and does not need to be installed separately if you are referencing Microsoft Code Analysis NuGet. I'm going to install this one. And there ain't nothing they can do to stop me. Well, except tell me that apparently... Entity Framework Core.Design C# Workspaces is 4.5.0. Huh? So what you're telling me, what you're saying, and hear me out. So this is something interesting. This is another pain point for some people, right? I am working with what I like to call semi-domain driven design, right? This is not true domain driven design because I'm not that smart to implement it myself. However, one of the things I have considered to do, and this is going to be something that I want to consider going forward, is kind of working with this notion of, all right, we have this going on, we have this here. Why can't I'm going to go and update this. We'll see what happens. Hello? Reload, please. Yep. How are you going to tell me you have 58 references when you really only have 4 references, you lowly sack of shit? Anyway, I'm not mad, chat. I'm not mad. I swear. I'm just furious. Nah, not even furious. By curious, I'm by furious. Or something along those lines, right? Oh, right. Oh, I guess it is installed. Okay, we'll go and install that. All right, let's go down the list here too. We're going to have a lot to work with, and we're not going to have a whole lot of time either to work with this. YAML, time zone converter, don't care about the rest of these. I like how that's already auto-included. Reactive, that's all set. Wait. Holy shit. Why does it always go to the minimum? I want it to go to the max. NuGet, and JSON. What is the latest pre-release? Ooh. That's a pretty neat pre-release. Newtonsoft, unfortunately. Ah! Ow! Vampire, why? What'd I do? Okay, EF core. EF core. Chat, you have ads. Thank you for shouting out, Vampire. Wait, can I install this? Holy smokes, I can. Yo, that shit's wild to me. This is a C# project. I can install C#. Huh? Oh. Oh my. All right, let's keep going. Let's keep going. So we have code analysis analyzers. Okay. We have GraphQL. But efcore.design. So this one is causing... Now, wait a minute here. Hold on, chat. Hold on. I want to throw this out there. That this was failing because there is Microsoft.codeanalysis.c#.workspace, right? This says it needs to be greater than or equal to 4.5.0, right? We can see this right here, 4.5.0. Okay. Let's go and grab this. God damn it. Microsoft.codeanalysis. So, when I went to go and download this bad boy, welcome back, chat. We're just going over some inconsistencies. It's a little strange, but, you know, nothing I can't handle. So let's go and install this. So we go to install it. Press accept. Why did that install? God damn it. Microsoft, be consistent. Okay, sure. Let's go and install Code Analysis C#. And you work? I'm getting real tired of this, Microsoft. Getting real tired of this kind of crap. God damn it. Make me look bad. Make me look like I'm only a semi-professional developer. Son of a bitch. In any case, do I really need this? Isn't this auto-installed? Can I get rid of this? And also, what are you refreshing for? Did I tell you to refresh? I didn't tell you to refresh. Listen here, you silly little program. Okay, what do you require? You require codeanalysis.common, codeanalysis.c# equals 4.8.0, right? Right? 4.8.0? 4.8.0. Okay. This, 4.8.0. Loxion, what's going on? How you doing? Ryu, how's it going? See, that's 4.8.0. Okay. Let's go to Entity Framework Core.design. Ow! Wolfie, why? Greater than or equal to 4.5.0. Okay. So, let's uninstall this. .8.0 directly. That's absurd. What? Doing all right, just winding down at the moment? I get you. Hope you're having a good night then. .common. What? That's absurd. How are you at such a lower reference? Also, I shouldn't install you. That's dangerous. Wait, why are you low? Is it because of EF Core? Is that literally it? This is ridiculous. Why can't I install you directly? Wait, I can. Huh? Version conflict. My ass cheeks. Ow, Wolfie. Chat. Going forward, I want you to consider one thing. Okay? Do not let Visual Studio clap them cheeks. All right? It'll lie to you. It will lie to you. Don't tell me you have 58 references when you don't have 58 references, you liar. God damn it. All right, we're going to go and do something like this, right? We're going to go and do 0. There. Aren't you happy? What? What do you mean you can't apply the operand? What? That's just upsetty spaghetti. Also, wait. Entity framework entity identified? Yo, that's sick. Oh, lesson I learned on the first day I've started using it, right? We're going to close Visual Studio. There is an update? Mike, what's going on? How you doing? Can we get a shout out to House of Mike, please? Sure, don't care. Modify it. Modify it all you want. All right. My feelings are already tarnished. They are already hurt by Visual Studio. All right, chat. Listen, when you're developing in .NET, you're more of a Rider guy, but with .NET 8, it's almost unusable. I also have Rider, and I have IntelliJ. But I'm also kind of rude about it. God damn it, Mike. I still didn't go the full .NET 8 support in Rider. That's kind of rude, not gonna lie. All right, let's go and try and do... Let's go and try and do Paint real fast. So, I am doing what some people would call hexagonal architecture, right? A series of ports and adapters. Now, to a lot of people, oh, you should read the Rider forums. Those comments are something. Oh boy. Yeah, get a bunch of coding nerds together in a room, and it's always interesting what they seem to manage to say. Bunch of coding nerds. There we go. Oh my god, that's so much better. Why don't you have a transparent or a dark background by default, Paint? What is wrong with you? Okay, anyway. So, I am doing what some people would call hexagonal architecture, right? And so within here, what we have is we have our general API, right? So it's going to be the Omenden API. Why? Why do you do this to me? Why? Wait, I can do layers in Paint? What? Huh? I can do layers in Paint? Since when? Since when? Oh, yo, that's some horse shit. I hate it here. That's been a thing for like a year or two? Okay. Anyway, so here's our API layer, right? And one of the interesting things about working with hexagonal architecture, and one of the big reasons why I do like hexagons is because they can tessellate, right? That is one of the biggest properties of hexagons, is the fact that they tessellate so well. All right, they can take up such good space. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to architect... Ow, Wolfie. Okay, one of these days I'm going to learn how to draw a goddamn octagon, hexagon, whatever. All right. Okay, first of all, I'm gonna give up on drawing this, but don't tell anybody. And instead, what we're going to do is we're just going to draw a rough database here. All right. So this will be our rough database in our architecture. Okay, cool. Don't care. And this will, of course... Ow! Rusties. Do I not have diagonal arrows? Where's my... Why don't... Chat, why are there no diagonal arrows in Paint? Anyway. Is that too advanced of a feature for Paint? Beats you. Uh-huh. What? What part of this? What? hold on. Y'all saw me click this white color here, right? Y'all saw me click this. God damn it. Pardon me for the motion sickness. Y'all saw me click that white color, okay? All right? What? Chat. What color is that? What color is that? What in the hell is this? What? It just does it again. Okay. What? It just... It is a transparent backup. I swear to God. Chat. What do you mean crow soup? What do you mean crow soup? I am not soupable for the last goddamn time. Do not put me in soup. I will shit in your soup. All right? Okay. Anyway, chat, I've calmed down. I've learned. All right? We're fine. Everything's cool. Anyway, chat. Anyway. Glossing over that. One of the big things I like about hexagons is that they can tessellate. All right? So hexagons are these neat lads. Okay? And I swear, so help. You motherfucking piece of shit. Okay, fine. It's still black. How? How do you do this? God damn it, Paint. What the hell? What do you mean right click? I am right clicking, Caden. Oh, that's just some horse shit. That's just some bullshit right there. All right? That's just some bullshit. Don't you XD me right now, cute Ryu. Don't you dare. Listen to the artist at work. Okay. Anyway. So we have this notion. All right, chat, we're moving past that. We're glossing over this. We're glossing over the previous issues, okay? We're glossing over it. All right? Glossing over it. Ow! Ryu, what'd I do? Okay. Then what we're going to do, we're going to have this be our Blazer Wasm. The crow.info. All right. So there's that. Called you cute, which is true. True, Wolfie. True. All right. So now we'll go and do that. Okay. He's going to get you. I know it. Uh-huh. Anyway, so now this will be combined over here with, realistically, name another API. Chat, you're going to have ads. Wait. Okay. So this will be another API that we don't necessarily have to touch, right? Luckily, you haven't had any. That is pretty lucky. So this will be an API we don't have to touch, and this will just be some other concern, right? So we have our particular API over here interfacing with the WASM side of things for eludethecrow.info. We have this going into the Omendens database, which will be hosted on Azure SQL. All right. So that'll work out nicely. I could have done a better job on this, but whatever. And so this will communicate, and these can communicate. And obviously, if we had other areas that we wanted to communicate as well, we could do the same. But overall, this is how things are going to be, right? So what I'm proposing is that as we continue down into this architecture, we need to go and refine certain layers, right? So one of the things that we're going to be working on over here is, in terms of layers, is going to be, right? So one hand, we have fast endpoints, and fast endpoints is how this is going to communicate within the HTTP protocol, okay? And so that's just going to serve up some endpoints that then the Blazor WASM side can go and pick up and read through. All right. Then this over here, these will probably communicate via some sort of HTTP client if it's another API or some sort of service via Microsoft. This could also be name like Nani? Loxion. What's the Nani for? So what I was saying is this will be communicated through fast endpoints. Fast endpoints going to serve up some of the JSON over here and via Swagger. This will communicate via some sort of HTTP client back from Adland. Oh, nice. You like that one? Have to add it too, right? So these over here will communicate via probably HTTP client within .NET or the service connector that we can then use from Visual Studio, right? And so by doing that, then we'll be able to go and display. So this is going to be like NuGet API. This is going to be Modrinth's API. This is going to be Printify's API, right? This is going to be a lot of those APIs that we're currently working with. Power to the mods. Now, hold on. And then on the other side of that, there's going to be a few more things that we're going to work with too. I mean, obviously, we eventually want to go and integrate GitHub and have you. So that's why this is name an API, because we don't really care what API it is. We just know that it needs to interface with ours, right? Over here, same thing with a database. If we weren't using Azure SQL, because that's an implementation detail. What? You mean you don't want mods to have power? I mean... all my mods do is bully me. Vampire, why? Anyway, so we have this over here, and then up here, this is going to be the front end, right? So this is going to be our eludethecrow.info project that we're going to go and generate a client for at some point. But the whole purpose here... Are you still not generating? Why aren't you generating? Well, there you go, you silly goose. I knew you could generate this whole time. Now, hold on. Oh, well. So, within this particular application, within this particular API, it's actually a very simple design. And one of the ways we can go and demonstrate that, so I'm going to go and hide this side. Actually, so this will be the Omenden AP. Hate it. Hate it.
Thanks for continuing to support the Omen Den the Dacristine with your tier 1 sub. Hope you continue to enjoy your emotes and ad-free viewing with Alu.
Hey, what's going on, Theta? Thank you for that resub for 10 months. That's awesome. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What I don't understand, you said you don't care what the other API is, it just has to inaudible with the Omenden API. What do you mean? Don't you have to make your API work with the target API? So I don't care. So when I'm talking about it from this perspective, right? I don't care what this API is. I just care that I can interface with it. Right? So, for example, the NuGet API. What I'm using over there is, of course, NuGet's own provided packages, right? That's how I'm retrieving them via the Omenden NuGet service, right? Is I'm actually going forth and claiming them out of here using NuGet's API. But overall, no, I don't care what the API is. I just need to be able to go and retrieve the data. Also, Theta, thank you again for the resub. Greatly appreciated. 10 months. Where has the time gone indeed? Rip Automod. What did you write so bad? Did it get hung up or did it get allowed? Oh my god. All right, thanks, Caden. That's ridiculous. Oh my god. New get. Twitch. New get. It's like, what do you mean? I know. What I was saying is that I don't care what API it is, I just have to interface with it. All right. So an implementation detail to interface with an API, for example, would be using like the HTTP client and just detecting the API endpoints, right? Other things that might work. And yet it allows finger blasted through. All right, Twitch. Twitch, all right. All right, Twitch. Twitch, all right. Silly goose. Anyway, so I interface with NuGet here. Eventually, I'll interface with Twitch, right? And again, I don't care what the API is. I just have to be able to go and retrieve the data that I want from it. So that's what I mean. Is that it doesn't matter which API I'm calling as long as I can process the information and then serve it up for my own purposes. Who cares? Obviously. Wait, did that not say? Used Fire Blast? Nice. Nice. Cooked wolf, chat. Cooked wolf. Let's go and check something out here. Dual sword style, yin yang double strike on Wolflink. Let's go. Is there an ETA for .NET 8 blazorise? Yeah, it's out. Been out. Yeah, it came out like day one. Oh, quiet, Alu. More crow soup to come? No, not allowed. Heh. Where'd this mess up? I didn't tell you to hot reload. God damn it. But .NET 8 server project doesn't have those files? Well, I mean, it does run on .NET 8. You heard soup? No soup. When you say the docs only show, it's always allowed wherever you go. Gars, Pats, Cerulees, the list is endless. Yeah, let's just say I'm not allowed in Gars anymore and leave it at that. I want nothing to come up from that. And I said too much already. You're fine. Well, it's not usable on... Hey, Theta, you're doing exactly what your doctor's aid not to do at work. Why are you doing it? Why are you doing it, Theta? Well, then it's not usable on .NET 8 web app server? When you say web app server... No one else will? Oh. That's kind of rude on them, isn't it? Go and double check. Install index.html. Which one is this? Net 8 web app server. All right, let's go and try something. I'm all for education. Let's go and start a new project. Twitch. Automod. Come on now. Okay, let's go check out Blazor. So the Blazor server app project. You tell me which one it is. It's the first one. So the Blazor web app. Got it. the omenden dot. We'll just call this blazorise test web. Okay, cool. Next, authentication .NET 8 authentication type none. Auto server and assembly per page per component. I don't want to include sample pages, so let's just go with this. Oh, then set the render mode to server only? No, I said cancel. God damn it. I hate it when I tell it to cancel and it doesn't want to cancel. All right. We'll go and do this. We'll go and open folder in File Explorer. And we'll go and delete these two. Okay, fine. There we go. Neat. All right, let's go and do this then. So we'll add a new project, Blazor web app. Next, omenden.blazor server web app. And you said render mode server. I'm assuming the rest is all fine. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Okay, cool. Let's go create this. Layout, pages, main layout. Okay. Home. Usually don't use top level, but it doesn't matter. All right. Router assembly. App.razor. Okay. So when you want to go and install blazorise, maybe I should record this for YouTube. What do you think, chat? Or do one of my mods want to go and highlight this section? Actually, chat, I'll wait until the ads are over, and then we'll come back to this. So chat, while the ads are, you may have to go in a few minutes, so you definitely watch the VOD or highlight later. I appreciate it. So yeah, very rude of the coworker. Agreed. You have heart problems and restrictions at work. So yeah, very rude. I feel for you, Theta. Sorry to hear that. That is really rude. Like, coworkers should be able to empathize and have a bit of that with them. You know, so it's have a bit of that. Oh, well, okay. I can see you're having issues. I should, get up there and help out. I just don't understand why people don't do that. Also, chat. Funny, everything is. That's going. Why am I staring at this bright ass screen? Holy shit. Oh, this hurts. Oh, it's not even better. Oh, so much better. Holy crap. All right, chat, we are back. So let's go through this. Okay, so let's say you are starting this Blazor web app project and you only have the server components rendered, right? So what you're going to want to do is going to want to right click the project in Visual Studio, go to Manage NuGet Packages, and this is to install blazorise. And you're going to go to Browse. All right, you can go to Browse over here, and what we're going to do is we're going to go and take a look at blazorise. So this is going to be the one we want to install, because this is for .NET 8. As you can see, there are many different suggestions. What we're going to do is we're going to install blazorise here. Then we're going to go and install blazorise Bootstrap 5. And that should be enough to get us started. So let's go and install blazorise. I accept. Blazorise Bootstrap 5. And then we're also going to install blazorise components. All right, anything else is just a little extra and superfluous, but I happen to like that, so I'm going to install blazorise.animate. Because I do like having these cool little animations. And then we're going to also install blazorise.loading indicator so we can have a good example of how services work. We'll go and install that. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to go and start this out. Oh, I guess I could download Font Awesome icons as well. Font Awesome is just, you could use the Bootstrap icons, you can use Font Awesome icons, you can even use material icons with blazorise. It all doesn't matter. So we're going to go into the program.cs, and we're going to come up here, and right under where it says builder.add Razor components, builder.add interactive server components, we're going to go and do builder.services.add blazorise. And here you can pass in an options delegate, and for example, you can do immediate equals true, so that way your text boxes can do immediate feedback. You can also do icon style. So icon size here, right? And so this will be the default icon size. You can do icon style to set your default icon styles. As you can see, Copilot's suggesting kind of the wrong ones. But what we want to do is we pretty much want to go with solid, or whatever the default is. I think it's solid. But as you can see, there are many other options. And then finally, for blazorise, if you wanted to go and do some of the other neat things, like if you had the commercial license, you could do license key or product token. Product token is a new accepted one, takes in a string, and you can get that by buying the commercial license or by using the community license, which is free. Commercial license, only if you want to support. Otherwise, so we go and do that. And what I like to do next is I like to go and do add Bootstrap 5 providers. So this will add the providers for Bootstrap 5. And I don't believe you have to, because I think Bootstrap 5 providers takes care of this. But you can also explicitly add Bootstrap 5 components. And since we added in the loading indicator, we can also go and add the loading indicator here. All right, so this is how we go and do this here. Then we go into the imports.razor. And over here, what we do is we go and add an @using directive. So @using blazorise, @using blazorise dot components. And what about the animations? Good question. So we can go and do @using blazorise dot animate. And that's it. @using blazorise dot what was the last one? loading indicator. All right. And so if there's any more, we can go and do that. But now here comes the real question. So as you may have noticed, and as Laxion pointed out, when you go to Blazorise's documentation on their quick start guide, no, you don't have to. We go into the extensions animate. You just have to go and add the imports because it's all based off of static.js, which makes it really neat. But if you go off of the start, right, and you want to go and install Blazorise, you'll notice here that it says in the index.html, layout.cshtml, or host.cshtml. Well, as this was pointed out, one of the things that this particular rendering of the Blazor server web app from the new .NET 8 templates doesn't have is it doesn't have one of those pages. So what do? Well, you can come into the app.html, right? And so normally this is where we're going to go and load our style sheets and what have you. But also here is where we're going to go and load some of our, I'm going to go for the Bootstrap 5 side, but we're going to go and load up our CSS. All right, so I'm going to go and paste this in here. And then I'm going to go and grab their JavaScript. And I'm going to go and paste that there. Still don't know why they use 5.1.1 when realistically I want to use the latest of 5.2 to match. So let's go and do git bootstrap. And we'll come over here. We'll go to 5.2.3 and we'll go and grab this. Now that you see it, it's kind of obvious. It's good that you pointed out. I'd rather walk through it. So now we go and do that. And so now we have that all set, right? So this allows us to go and bring in a lot of this JavaScript. But we're not done yet. We still have some other things that we want to go and install, right? Yeah, this blind tutorial following is really bad sometimes. Yeah, when you don't have the standard, okay, this is how things are going to go, and you don't have a good essential guide, it gets very confusing very quickly. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go and copy this JavaScript here, right? So this is going to be the Blazorise animate, and we're going to go and paste that right above this here. Okay, so now we have the animate components brought in, and I do believe I had the loading indicator as well. So we're going to go and grab the loading indicator CSS, and we're going to go and paste that. Let's go and paste it underneath the Bootstrap. Nice. Okay, so now this is all set, fine, ready to go, but we're still not done yet. So one of the next things that we want to do is within the router assembly, or just slightly outside, what we're going to do is we're going to go and take a look at some of these providers here. And these providers are really neat because they allow us to, bring up messages, bring up toasts, bring up modals, notification, page progress, and eventually the loading indicator. So one of the things that we're going to do is, for example, this, I believe, is the toast provider. Oh, no, this is just a simple modal message. Never mind. I have these backwards. So we're going to go and grab the message provider, right? And I'm going to do these in a different order than probably what you're used to, based off of z-index. So we'll go and do a modal provider. And then we'll go and do the notification provider, which I think is just a toast provider. Components, snack bar. Okay, I do need the snack bar. Let's go and get that as well. Are you here? Can I read? There it is. So to use the notification provider, you need the snack bar. Snack bar is essentially like the toast. So we're going to go and install that. And again, we need to come into here. We need to come into here and do using blazorise.snackbar. Simple. I love simple stuff. So now we can go and do notification provider. And then we can go and do, if we want to, a loading indicator or an application loading indicator. We can go and do the application loading indicator. And so the next thing that I'm going to do
Thank you for following Lokshin. Hope you enjoy your follower emotes and watching Alu force push his changes like an absolute potato.
Hey, thanks for that follow. Greatly appreciate it. Welcome on in. So next thing we're going to do is we're going to go down and check out this application busy service, right? Gotta go. Thanks for the help. Going to continue watching after work. I appreciate it. Hope you have a good time at work. So yeah, as you can see, we have this application loading indicator. That's what we're going to go and grab. We have it in here. Nice. All right. So now with this, we have blazorise installed. And it's actually pretty simple. So with this in mind, the next thing that we would want to do is we would want to go and demonstrate how to create a layout, right? An effective layout. And how to go and adjust some of these over so that way we have these components in the blazorise fashion. So one of the ways we can do that is, of course, we can start replacing the standard HTML tags with the blazorise tags, which is going to be, for example, heading. And here we'll go and do text color equals text color dot danger. And then size is going to be heading size dot is 1. All right, pretty simple. Error. And same thing down here. Heading, text color equals text color dot danger. Size equals heading size dot is 2. Blazorise is a fairly easy framework to kind of get into, right? So now we go and replace that with paragraph. Strong has a strong, and code, surprisingly, also has code. How neat is that? H3 here, we can do a heading size. Heading size is 3. And again, strong. Strong. Paragraph, if I could spell paragraph. And another paragraph. Another instance of strong. And another instance of strong. And another instance of strong. So this kind of neat trick, and all right, today's starting to catch up to you. Gonna hop off and try to rest up. Have a great night, all. Hey, have a great night, Ryu. Thanks for hanging out as long as you did. I appreciate you and your presence. So this is part of the neat stuff here that we can, of course, always do with blazorise. And one of the other things that I do want to try here is, of course, gonna go and make a jumbotron. Jumbotrons are kind of like that big heading component with a background and kind of a little bit of a stylistic change. So we're going to go and do a background dot. Let's go and make it have a dark background. We'll go and do a light text color. We'll give it a shadow of large, and then we'll go and give it a border. But this border is going to be special. So it's going to be border is 0 on all, rounded on all. All right. So now within the Jumbotron, what we're going to do is we're going to go and make a Jumbotron title, and we'll just go and say, welcome to this test app. All right. And I'm going to go and copy this down, but I'm going to go and change that to a subtitle. Guess not. Okay. We're testing this out. Neat. And here we'll go and do a heading size equals heading size that is 1. And here, let's go and make this a small. All right. Come back up to the main layout. And up here, we'll go and do a layout. We'll go and do a layout header. I'm going to make this a simple bar with a simple theme contrast of dark, background dot dark, mode equals bar mode dot horizontal. You don't have to specify that because that is a default. You can go and do collapse mode dot small if you really want to, but since I don't want to do that here, I'm not going to. You can do breakpoints as well. So for example, I'm going to do none, and then we can go and do breakpoint dot none. And then here we can go and do some stuff like bar branding, right? So up here, we're going to go and do that. We'll go and do a bar item. We'll go and do just a dashboard, and then we'll go and do a bar icon. Icon name dot dashboard. And so here within the icon, you can also go and change your themes, your colors, what have you. I'm going to leave it as a default that we set up in the application default. But overall, this works out nicely. And again, chat, one of the neat things about this whole thing, and one of the neat things this actually works out to be like, is the fact that we can actually go and Puffin. Hey, Puffin, how's it going? How you doing? This is one of the neat things that we can actually do here. So now that we have the layout header, we can go and do layout content. And the layout content, we can drag in the body tag, thus removing this one. And we can go and grab this, and we can go and put this underneath the body tag. We can go and give this the blazorise treatment as well if we really want to. We can go and give this an element ID. We can do blazorise.link here. So I always do blazorise.link. I don't know if you necessarily have to anymore, but I always do. Doing goodage. How are you? I'm doing well. You probably can't see it because I'm in ads, but I am doing well, Puffin. Hope you are doing well too. Now, we're just going through a very simple Blazorise launching platform and how to integrate Blazorise into your new Blazor server or Blazor web app for .NET 8. So all these steps are set up, and you don't have to do all these steps. You could do one, you could do none, you can even skip the layout here. You don't have to do all of it. Here, I'm even going to make this fixed. So this is just essentially styling it like Bootstrap. But as you can see, all of this is very fluent, right? Blazorise did this with a fluent API in mind. That's how they did this. And I think it's a pretty clever way to go about it. Waiting for ads to pop off. I'll, of course, go and post this stream on YouTube. Got about 46 seconds left. Oh man, chat. Yeah, I tell you, I'm very excited to go and grab some. Why is my blankies emote not there? Strange. I have to fix that. I'm very excited to get an espresso machine. I'm very excited for that. I'm not even gonna hold you. Like, goddamn. It'll be really neat. I want the 9 Barista Pro just out of greed, but you know, that would be cool. Maybe I'll put it on something else. Anyway, welcome back, chat. So we were talking about getting Blazorise started and working out with some of the layouts and some of the themes here. We treated this with the Blazorise treatment, of course. But overall, actually, here we'll go and make this the ID again, just in case. There might be something that needs to happen there. I'm not entirely sure. But overall, chat, one of the big things that we're seeing now, one of the big things that we're working with here is just going to be this layout amount of things. So we have the body here. We have all of our providers defined here. We can even do a theme provider if we want to. We have all the necessary CSS here. The only thing we don't have is a title. And up here, we can just go and say something silly like a test blazer or blazorise app. Simple. All right. So now that we have that, we have our program here, right? This is all nice and configured. We can actually go and launch this and see how this will come out. Shouldn't be too bad. The hardest part is going to be, of course, going and grabbing all the NuGet packages. But overall, chat, setting up blazorise in .NET 8 is actually pretty simple. And as you can see here, you can set it up even just on the server rendering component. I think it's throwing a bit of an issue because icon provider. Yeah. Because I didn't add the icons. So here, that's going to be the next simple part. So add Bootstrap 5 components, add font awesome icons. Boom, done. Icon provider, done. Why are you throwing another exception? What is wrong with you? See? And there you go. There's the whole blazorise stuff. Yeah, that's fine. I don't care. But there you go. Blazorise. All set up, all done. There's your new app. Hooray. It's actually not too bad. So yeah, that took what, 10 minutes? Just goes to show you, you can get this stuff done pretty quickly. And it's always a bit of a fun experiment to see how fast you can go and get one of these to just kind of work out, right? The other things, of course, that we're going to see here is just going to be pretty much everything else, right? You've got a lot of work. And blazorise is relatively, it simplifies that work that we have. So yeah, that's kind of it on that front. And again, you know, no framework is perfect, right? No framework has all the answers to the problems that you want to work with. But there are frameworks with easier solutions to help you get to the solution to the particular problem you're having. And that's why I like these particular solutions, is because they help me get to the general idea. They help me understand the total context of a problem I'm trying to solve. And this relates back to the earlier side of software development that I was talking about, is that you don't have to be good at mathematics, especially, to do coding. You just need to understand how to do problem solving and how you arrived at your conclusions. Now, that does come with a mathematics education, but not necessarily is required, right? Any sciences will have that because they want you to understand this kind of pattern of thought. So you don't have to be good at math to do programming, and anybody that tells you that is wrong. All right? Now, for certain types of programming, you probably should be good at math. For example, vectorization, physics engines, graphics programming. Obviously, you're probably going to have to be very good at math, right? There's a lot of mathematics equations going on in that, a lot of linear algebra, a lot of optimization problems, what have you, even certain finances, and certain data analysis, you will need that math background. But overall, when it comes to coding, a weak fundamentals of mathematics, at least in the rote arithmetic side. So this is what I mean. I'm using them interchangeably. I'm not using them when a lot of people say you need to be good at mathematics, what they mean is you need to be good at the rote arithmetic. You need to be good at the mechanics behind mathematics in order to do this. You do not. This is a hill I'm willing to sacrifice people on. How good you are at adding two numbers, multiplying fractions, what have you, isn't going to help you in programming as much as you think it will. It might carry you a little bit, but it really isn't going to help you as much as you think it would. What's going to help you is how you organize your thought process and how you go and approach the conclusions that you're drawing, right? It's not enough to just go through, take a look at this diagram and go, okay, I can implement this, because you're not a software developer at that point, right? You're just a coder. But if you want to be a software developer, a software engineer, you need to take a lot of this bigger picture idea into consideration over all your projects while not getting lost in the weeds of the details and the implementation side. That's what I mean. You need to have that structure and critical thinking. Because otherwise, you're going to deliver a rock eventually, and that's not going to be good. Especially if you're like me and you suffer from dramatic imposter syndrome or perfectionism or some sort of just, am I really as good as my skill set says I should be? Right? That's second guessing. You shouldn't be afraid to fail, but it is a fear that does come naturally. So overall, this is part of where we're at here. And we're going to go right back into the API that I was developing because that was a fun little tangent. But we're going to go back over here. And one of the things we're going to check out over here is we're going to go and actually take a look for some of the math we're using. Give you a hint. Not really using any math here. We might be doing a couple of time spans here and there, but that's all taken care of for us. That's all done behind the scenes. And granted, these things might be easier if you understand what's going on behind the scenes, but again, you don't necessarily need to understand the rote arithmetic behind it. I want to keep that clear. You need to understand multiple things. You don't need to understand the generic rote arithmetic. So, with that in mind, as we come back into the API, as we go into this kind of development, right, we were talking about working with blogs, blog tags, tag repositories, what have you. And this is the other thing that might be a little too much. Award, what's going on? How you doing? I'm going to go and grab the count as well, because that should be good enough. Doing well? I'm all right. Just vibing, having a good night. Glad to hear you're doing well. But chat, this is part of it too, right? Notice, I don't necessarily care how count is calculated. I mean, over here, it's just literally the number of elements incremented as they get inserted. But two, what really realistically matters here isn't so much that I can do the rote arithmetic behind it. It's that I understand the eventual idea that I'm trying to chase with this. All right? And what is that idea? That idea is that I want to serve up a page or an endpoint that can retrieve a set of blog posts. Otherwise, nothing else really makes a lick of difference. That's kind of the whole idea. So again, chat, you don't have to be good at rote arithmetic in order to program effectively. Case in point, me. I have god awful at rote arithmetic. Also, these should probably be grouped under a feature called... Oh my god, why am I yawning? Auth. AUTH. Anyway, so we also have the pipeline behaviors. I think one of these is going to end up being a cache behavior. So we're going to go and work on that as well. Yeah, I can go and do use configure await. That's fine. I don't really care. Discouraged, sure. Sure. Here, we'll go and rename these because they actually really don't matter what they're named. There we go. Throw that. That's fine. Sure. Now we have the validator pipeline behavior. Pretty sure this needs to be... Yeah, whatever. I don't care. We went over this too. This has its references. Here's an error container, the error correlation ID, query ID. And I guess the other part to this that I would want to do is I would want to try and do some sort of event sourcing within this, but that can always come down the pipeline later. Overall, this is, again, a very simple API, and the whole intention of it was to just go create a blog context, upload blogs to my eludethecrow.info site, and just keep things rolling that way, right? The other thing we can, of course, do is just initialize these properties, I guess. Something else that you can do that's very interesting that not a lot of people do, but it is possible to do. Some people recommend it, some people don't. Some people like to do this particular pattern, and it's called soft deleting. Soft deleting is essentially when you don't delete a record from the database unless you absolutely have to. Instead, you set a flag onto an object, right? So instead of just being on the tag object here, what I would do is I would say, okay, I don't actually really want to remove tags. I want to go and do something like public bool is deleted, right? And default that to false, which is the natural default, but whatever. So now that this is set up, what we would do is we would override save changes. This is one way to do it. The other way to do it is to use an interceptor. I personally think in .NET 8, the interceptor is going to be a little bit of a cleaner way, but part of how you would do this is you would do override. Well, actually, we can just go and do and tell GitHub Copilot to do this. Implement soft delete pattern for EF core. It's just too good. It's just too good. But yeah, essentially that's all you would have to do, right? Is you would override save changes and boom, you would you would just do this. And it's just ridiculously simple. Right? Other things you could do is you could probably go and say, okay, create an interceptor that works with soft deletes. Are you an actual link? Holy shit, you are. That's so cool. And when you look at that, you can even do auditing on here. I mean, I personally prefer to use temporal tables, but yeah, again, chat, you can do this cool stuff with Entity Framework, right? And this is just one ORM. You know, there's others, but I happen to prefer to use Entity Framework. You can use things like Dapper and such. They're going to be a little faster, a little bit more memory-sided. But overall, that's pretty simple. Now you may be asking, so why do you have the blog database context over here? Because I intend to put other database contexts as I add more and more robustness to this API over time. One of the things that I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to do true separation of concerns, right? So instead of just thinking about things from a project level separation and setting up that kind of logical boundary, I'm doing things from kind of a more modular, monolithic kind of boundary, but not necessarily domain driven design, right? Because there's a lot of intent that I'm trying to drive here. So one of the big things that I'm doing is I'm separating this into particular sets of concerns or sets of domains of problems. And within those domains, that is how I'm determining where these things are going to actually end up, right? The other thing that I want to do is, on top of that, I want to have this ability, and let's go back to the diagram over here, to kind of just work with different versions, right? So right now, the API in and of itself is in its infancy stage, right? It's very basic. There's not a whole lot going on. It's a little over-engineered for what it really needs to do. But eventually it's going to interface with an Azure SQL database and then the Blazor WASM front end. Notice I'm not really talking about this section because it doesn't really matter. The next thing that's going to happen, though, and this is kind of a big deal, is that we have this API over here, right? And this API is going to be defined in a set of layers. So I'm going to go and do the topmost layer as a triangle and the bottommost layer. Did I not have an inverted triangle? Can I invert triangles? Aha! Nice. So, chat, one of the big things that we have here, right, within this, is this idea of ports, adapters, but also, in here, I'll go and draw this arrow. That way it's a little simpler to see. But basically, what we have here is going to be a separation of layers, right? And each one of these layers kind of goes in between what we're going to see. And this kind of fits into a semi-idea of N-tier architecture. I'm saying it kind of does because it's not truly N-tier, right? It's just kind of a, well, this is how it works, but not necessarily a, why does it work this way? And so these all kind of help facilitate with each other within our application domain, right? So eventually what we end up with are going to be our endpoints. Right? So we have our endpoints here. Let's go and do this. Right? And so this is going to be all of our translatable areas. And then down here, we're going to have our ORM layer. Right? And so that would make this repository, this be the mediator, and then this be the command query, right? So that's kind of how we have this set up. I guess these two are technically together, and there's probably an actual other layer here. But for now, let's just go and humor this kind of diagram, right? So our endpoints, this is going to be our HTTP verbs, right? Our get, post, put, patch, delete, what have you. So this is what's going to go outward of our application into the Blazor WASM. So this, again, chat, is the interior, right? That's how we're describing this. So our endpoints are going to be up here, feeding into whatever front end or just, Swagger endpoints are going to be there. Our ORM down here is going to feed into our data store, right? So for now, that's going to be an Azure SQL DB, but that's an implementation concern. We just care that we have something to target. What we don't care about is what it is, although technically, since we're using Entity Framework, we've coupled ourselves to Entity Framework as the ORM, so that's what we're doing. We have a repository, which with Entity Framework is a whole other debate on if it's actually needed or not, but we can go into that in a little bit. That's an implementation detail. We have mediator. So notice I spelled it out as mediator here, not mediate R. The implementation detail for that is, of course, we are using a source-generated version of mediate R, but that's neither here nor there. The point is that this will allow us to scale a little bit better and have a little bit more distinguishment. But overall, I don't really care about that side. What I care about more is, of course, the commands and queries that we're using to communicate between endpoints, right? So the idea here is that our endpoints, right? And we can actually go and do this in another layer up here. So I'm going to go and get that, and I'm going to go and make these invisible. Our endpoints are particularly interesting, right? Because what we have is we have our endpoints that communicate relatively outward, right? And what these take inward are queries. And then what we have elsewhere and what they take in is very different from what they return, right? So I'm going to go and define these in just a moment, and I'll show you what these two sets of arrows actually mean, right? And this is where the CQRS side comes into play too. Because keep in mind, this is a relatively larger pattern than what I'm letting onto here. So what we have over here is going to be our read get, okay? Ignore the fact that I'm putting get there, and you don't necessarily need a get endpoint as a read endpoint, right? You could just as easily do post, because technically you are posting into a query that you are then crafting. That's not the point. Then we have the rest of the CRUD methods: update, delete, post. Right? So this is going to be the query side, right? So into here, we submit a query. Into here, we submit a model. Out of here, we return some sort of state. Out of here, we return some sort of, well, I'm going to put DTO, but that's an implementation concern. But overall, the distinguishment that we have here, right, is in the read side, the get side. This does not alter state. That's why these queries don't have to be tracking. That's why these queries don't have to essentially really care about anything that's going on other than can they be read, right? Now, we'll get into the concurrency issue about this in a little bit, But overall, all we're doing here is we're just saying, hey, can you get this information as I specified, right? Whether it's all the blogs, all the posts, all the tags, or if it's, one post or a post and its tags, or an abstract of a post and its tags, right? These are all defined on its own particular endpoint. And so maybe that's going to be a little bit more fair too, is to actually just, put this up here and just go and do this. And just say endpoints. Right. So we have our read/get endpoints and then our update, delete, and post endpoints, right? So they take in a query. That query goes into the endpoint, which then comes through and gets processed, goes through the mediator, goes through the repository. If it's here, it'll go and retrieve whatever's in the data store, and it will send it right back through the endpoint out as a DTO, as a data transfer object, right? Hopefully a flattened one, but a data transfer object nonetheless. Coming back over here, if there is some sort of caching or abstract, it may not even go this far deep. It may stay in the mediator and then just come back up, but we can always hit that later. Commands, on the other hand, these are objects that can actually alter the state, right? And so one of the reasons why I'm having them take in a model is because the command endpoint is a little bit more rigorous in the sense that there is actually a pipeline here that we want to follow. One of the big things that we're going to pay attention to here is we're going to pay attention to this idea of, I'm going to go and move this a little bit further. We're going to separate this into a couple of steps, right? So realistically, what this is this is 2 steps. Now, we can always do this with a sort of service layer to pass through, but I want to talk about this in 2 steps. So when we go and submit it, here's how it's going to look. All right, the first step that we're going to pass through is this is going to be the validation step, all right? So in the validation step, what we're going to do is we're going to validate the model that we pass in, right? Because this is typically going to be a create, an update, or a delete. And so the validation is going to be for things like, this field's too short, this field's too long, this isn't in the right type, this isn't, this is missing this particular field, right? That's how the validation step's going to work. And obviously we're going to have validation on whatever front end we do as well. This is kind of like another backup, right? And then we're going to do the transformation, right? So this will be a transformation operation. And so what this will do is this will take the incoming model and this will translate it into the command. And that command will go through the mediator, repository, and alter the state within the ORM. Over here, we're not returning a DTO, we're not returning an object. Rather, if we're returning something, it will be a result. And that result will not be necessarily a representation of the model we just submitted. Rather, at worst, it could be the relative state of the application, and that state could be broken down to other things, right? It could be an exception that was thrown. It could be a simple success message, like what you would see on Facebook when you upload an image or something. In the lower right-hand corner, you would see success. Your image got posted, or what have you, or even on Twitch, your emote was posted, right? So that's going to be that side of the API design. So what we have here is we have these 2 steps, the validation transformation, goes into the API pipeline, goes down through mediator, comes right back after the ORM, and we return a particular state. We don't have to. We can just say it succeeded and never let that leave the API or let that leave the repository, and then just break, if there's a cache, we could break the cache so that way next time somebody goes to fetch things or an application / front end goes to fetch any of this, the query actually returns a new information. So there's a significant amount of layering that goes on here. And again, going back to my central point of you don't need to be good at rote arithmetic in order to understand this, this is nowhere near rote arithmetic. Instead, this is more of the logical thinking, the logical application of your critical thinking. So what I've just described is kind of a 3,000-foot view of the command query responsibility segregation principle and a few others. But overall, I'm not going to say this is the end-all, be-all documentation because there's going to be a lot of other people who are much better at explaining it. But this is how I've come to understand it over my 10 or so years of coding, especially when it comes to just software development. So this is going to be one of the areas that we're going to focus on here. Is we're going to focus on trying to provide some sort of general optimization for this layer. And that all comes down to how this is created, right? So we have the API. The API, as we've seen, is kind of broken into these particular layers, right? With the endpoints, command query, mediator, repository, ORM. The mediator itself has its own set of layers. The repository itself has its own set of layers, right? All of these can be more fine-tuned down into their particular layers. And then we have, of course, the endpoint side to the API here as well, right? And so this is what that top triangle looks like, is it looks like this. And this is what I mean by each layer has its own sublayers. And this is where things can get a little dense, a little complicated, and can be a little hard to follow. But hopefully this explanation has made it a little bit easier. And there's a lot of stuff that there's a lot of ideas, there's a lot of things, there's a lot of just general notions, right, that don't necessarily make a whole lot of sense the first couple of times you see them. It isn't until after you get into the habit of doing them that you can actually, just start recalling them from memory, or at least that's how it was for me. The other side to this, though, and the more dangerous side, is that you become so used to just using them that you assume every project requires these. And that's the other danger. And this is something where, again, that critical thinking, that scientific thinking, it's not necessarily mathematics thinking, but it can come from an education in mathematics, but it's not necessarily a requirement. It's that level of critical application of your thought and that understanding of your thought process. That is what makes a lot of this analysis easier, right? So it's not so much, well, I need to figure out this derivative and integrate it and, do all this differential equation stuff. It's, I've seen this pattern creep up before. I've recognized this happen. So I'm going to form a hypothesis. I'm going to carry out an experiment, and I'm going to derive a conclusion after those results. And if those results lead to an optimal solution, and that's where the subjectiveness comes in, is what is considered optimal, then I'm going to take them. All right, but the idea is analyzing the data that you're given, converting that over into information so you can form a well-formed hypothesis, and then using that hypothesis to run your experiment, aka build your code, test it, and draw your conclusion from that if it was effective. So that's kind of the whole notion here. And that's kind of what we're doing. Right? So, chat, I'm going to be right back. I'm going to go grab some more water. See you in just a little bit after the ads are done. All right. Welcome back, chat. We're back. Hope you're doing well. Again, we were talking about patterns before I left on the break and just kind of trying to recognize them and how recognizing patterns realistically just helps in general. But we also want to make sure that as we go through and we understand how a lot of these patterns happen and how a lot of these things are seen. Mutable struct complex type. Oh, nice. JSON columns. Let's go. This is sick. This is stuff I want to mess with eventually. But anyway, it's important to not fall into the trap of, does this pattern make sense for this? Let me back this up. Falling into the trap of, this is a C# project, this is an API project, it must have CQRS, it must be event source, and I need to use this library, and this library, or else it's not going to be a good project. No. And this is part of where that scientific mind comes into, right? You apply some form of an approximate scientific method. Because otherwise, you're just going to end up over-engineering things and making things a lot more complex than they need to be. And then your code's going to be unmaintainable, or at least it's going to be a lot harder to maintain. So we want to kind of just avoid that and avoid that mentality, right? Every project is different. Every project requires its own level of analysis. And just because something is optimal for one project does not always mean it's going to be optimal for every project, or at least each project after that. All right? And that's going to be true for most languages. It doesn't matter if this was optimal in C++. C# is very different. I mean, first of all, C++ is an unmanaged language. C# is a managed language. There's a garbage collector involved. So, there's a lot of stuff that's going to happen that's just natively going to be different. But even beyond that, while the design patterns and things like that are going to be roughly the same, it still comes down to your general use case. And that's why, as you familiarize yourself and you get more in tune with development concerns, you'll notice that your answers go from, well, yeah, it needs to be this, this, and this, to it depends. And then you go on to explain. There isn't normally a fast answer. Now, unfortunately, business people don't like that, right? The people with business degrees that are like, hey, you can do this, right? And that's where part of the overjob as a senior developer comes into, is now you need to be able to not only dissect your junior developer side, but you need to be able to go and interface with the with the business owners, because not every place does Scrum Agile methodology, and they certainly don't do it perfectly. Because asking places to do perfect stuff is not going to be particularly simple. So we've got some work on that end to accomplish as well. And actually, I'm going to go back to the intermission because I think I'm done coding for now. Now, we're still going to talk about software, so I'm still going to leave the category up. But, of course, if you do have any questions about how I got to where I am and just any of those other questions, please feel free to ask me. That's what I'm here for. I love answering those kind of questions. There's a lot of stuff to just kind of poke around with and deal with, right? And even with a lot of this software engineering and a lot of this development decisions, I don't bat 100, I'll tell you that. I certainly lose a lot. And when I say lose, it's not like I'm losing a grade or anything. It's, you deliver a rock. You make bad software. You make software that doesn't work out well because you don't understand the paradigms or you don't understand what you were attempting to do. And so one of the biggest examples of that is going to be my Minecraft mods, right? released one successful one, or a couple, because they were very simple and they were a pretty good way to just kind of understand what was going on. But, the biggest one that I'm working on, Vanadium, that is a particularly complex, multifaceted bit of software that I probably released way prematurely, but I just wanted to get something out there. However, as it's been shown, it is one of my most issue-laden repositories on GitHub. So I need to kind of figure that out and make that successful. But again, this isn't necessarily on the same topic, right? Because this is still working with that scientific mindset. This is still working with that kind of setting up logical barriers for yourself and kind of just trying to understand where and how you're going to apply your hypothesis to these concepts, to these set of parameters, set of information to give you a beginning of understanding your conclusion. And it's important. And it's also important that if you are developing in this fashion, that you take good documentation and you understand where you are coming from, because the you who did this before lunch is not the you who's trying to understand it after lunch. No matter what people tell me, they're like, oh, just leave it. You'll come back to it and it'll be a fresh mind. Yeah, I will. And that's part of the problem, is that if I don't document it, if I don't write it down for myself and I don't articulate my thought process somewhere, then when I come back to it later, after lunch, after a bathroom break, after getting a new cup of coffee, what have you, or even after months of doing it, I'm not going to understand what the hell I just did. And that's some shit. If you go and code something, you come back to it like 5 minutes later and you go, what was I thinking? But then you go and try and edit it and optimize it and you're like, oh no. I don't remember any of this. What happened? Yeah, that happens. It happens a lot to me. It may not happen a lot to you, but it happens a lot to me. And it is some goddamn frustrating things to just have to go through, pull through, and try and deal with. So it's like you need to document things as they happen. You need to apply your critical thinking skills. You need to semi-apply a quasi-scientific method to what you're doing. And you need to understand that not everything is one size fits all. There isn't a one size fits all solution. Okay? There's a multiple stopgap solution that can actually apply in certain areas. So for example, let me give you an example. That API we were just working on, the Omenden API, that is not necessarily requiring any of the complexity that I've put into it, right? We don't really need an ORM. We could just do simple SQL. We don't really need a mediator, right? It's just simple CRUD. It's basic CRUD. That's the whole point of it. But I'm doing that as an exercise. But if you were going to do an API like that, and we were working for a company, I would highly recommend staying away from these abstractions and staying away from these patterns, because they just add unnecessary complexity for what it's trying to do, right? And that is a huge consideration. That is something that, as developers, as problem solvers in general, we need to keep in mind is the complexity in our code worth it? And you'll be surprised that a lot of the times the answer is going to be probably not. I'm not saying no, I'm saying probably not, right? And that's the other nuance here. Is that it's not normally a hard no. It's not normally a hard yes. It's somewhere kind of in the strongly agree, strongly disagree, slightly agree, slightly disagree, probablys, those are common. Now, of course, you're going to find a lot of business majors and a lot of business people in the C-suite or what have you that just go, hey, I need this, so you will do this. There's no, it depends. It's going to happen. And at that point, they're forcing your hand to make a decision, but that's just business. That's how that goes. So you need to be able, just like anything else, just like an essay, anything else that you're going to deal with, you need to be able to defend your hypothesis, defend your thesis, right? Defend the conclusions that you arrive to via your experimentation and your expertise. That's where I'm at, is I'm learning the constructive ways to do that while still challenging newer developers so that way they can understand the underlying rationale behind the decisions they make, right? And that's a big part of what I'm saying when I say you don't need to be good at mathematics to understand coding. You don't need to be good at the rote arithmetic. You just need to be good at the problem-solving, critical thinking skills. So, that's kind of the big idea. That is the big idea. Is it controversial? Probably, and there's probably 50 other people out there that are going to just be like, well, that's the dumbest thing I ever heard if they ever hear this broadcast. They're going to look at it and be like, of course you have to be really good at mathematics. What the fuck is he on about? What's he talking about? Is he just taking the piss? But it's the truth. To me, it's not an objective truth. An objective truth would be coding is hard. It is. There's some easy parts to it, but it's overall hard. But just like any science, and just like a lot of what science and nature have demonstrated, there's a lot of spectrums. There's a lot of, it's not so much binary, right? There's a lot of things outside of that. And that is also what makes software development exciting to me. That's what makes it very exciting to me. So, chat, thank you for listening to my bit of a rant there. It's been, 2.5 hours almost of coding? I kind of want to do some coding, but in a different direction, if you will. And instead of formally coding, I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go and try and do some simple Minecraft building and redstone and stuff like that. Just some vibing. It's not very often I get to play games. I don't normally play games, and I think that's just going to be particularly fun to try. Is we're just gonna go and do some Minecraft stuff. Yeah. I'm gonna keep the title the same, but we're gonna go and change the category up to some Minecraft. And let's just go and do that. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't know. What's another thing to put down here? Don't care. Good enough for government work, right? All right. Let's go and do some mod pack creating. Thank you for joining me for the tech side. We'll still talk about tech too. But chat, have you noticed? Minecraft editions are at 1.20.4 now. Shit's wild to me. Did not realize it. I mean, I'm still gonna do 1.19. Or 1.20.1, but shit's wild, yo. Let's go and grab this. I'll go and rename this instance to Stream Fun. All right. And in here, we're going to go and just download some mods. We are on Fabric, so we'll go and get the usual suite. Perfect. Ads are going on, so we'll go and grab these. These are just the general small optimization mods or just relative optimization mods that are coming through with this. We'll see where this actually ends up. 0.5.3, perfect. I know dynamic lights aren't necessarily where they need to be, but I don't really care. I think that's one of the mods. And we're just going to hang out in Minecraft too. We're going to just go and try and build some fun tech, but not going to do anything too wild. And do I miss playing Minecraft too, chat? Oh, it is fast load that I don't want to install. Oh yeah. I am going to be streaming a lot this weekend and possibly over the holiday. Not entirely sure. A lot of my holiday plans kind of got canceled due to some personal reasons, but we'll see. We'll see where the rest kind of ends us up, or ends up for us, rather. Overall, though, there's suddenly a lot of free time has opened up on my end, so we'll see how things turn out. Overall, though, you know, it is what is. Hopefully, you all are. If you are celebrating the holiday, hopefully you all have a good holiday. If you're not celebrating the holiday, hopefully you just have a good weekend, and hopefully your employer, if you're working, gives you that time off. But chat, yeah, we're just downloading some mods, you know, keeping things nice and calm. Just getting the usual suite of mods that you would normally get for Fabric, and then we're going to test and make sure they all launch. By what you would normally get, I just mean, you know, general optimization, a couple of libraries here and there. Overall, nothing too out of the ordinary. Oh, they do have Charmonium. Didn't realize that. I'll probably also go and change the music to something too, but in the meantime, I'm gonna go and make this more tech focused too. I've been really enjoying tech mods recently, so. And again, I haven't really played much, so it'll be fun to see how this actually goes. Ooh, Terralith. Do love me some Terralith. There's a lot of stuff on Quilt too that also looks very interesting, but not particularly interested in working with Quilt at the moment. Ooh, Thread Tweak. Enchantment descriptions, click through, bad wither, better nether, chipped, nether portal, Young's, dismount, Young's. Yeah, highlight's fine. I mean, realistically, chat, this is just kind of like the standard suite for me. I'm not saying it's a standard suite for everybody else. A lot of cool stuff, though. I haven't really been favoring oh well lib. And maybe that's, something I should be doing, but it hasn't really stuck out to me. We'll go and grab Applied Energistics, Tectonic. I'm going to apply Adorn, Dungeons and Taverns, Young's, Handcrafted, Young's. I'm going to stay away from Ad Astra for now. Go and grab the Aircraft. Oh, hey. The Tough Golem. That's cool. Oh yeah, I'm going to be playing without shaders, so we're going to use Invidium, kind of take full advantage of that. Yeah, we'll go and grab complete config. Going to sign off for tonight. Have a good rest of your stream. Have a good night, Award. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. And I appreciate you. Ooh, expanded delight. Another furniture, dark loading screen, Young's. Oh, naturalist, Pog. Attribute fix. Talk about a lot of fun stuff to grab. I just happen to like downloading stuff. Am I ever going to get to all of this? Probably not. But, hey, you know what? You know what? It's fine, chat. It's fine. Ooh, Cosmetica. Now, I know some people work with, what is it? Some of the other areas of the modifications, right? So they'll do things like, crap. Why'd I lose it? Damn it. Chat only gets worse. That's what I've been told. Chat only gets worse as you get older. Your memory just gets lost. Do magic stuff. It would be really cool to go and get create to work. Not entirely sure if I can, but it would be really cool. There's just a lot of cool stuff out here, chat. Where the hell is Spelunkery? Computer craft would be so cool to have, too. Dang it. I'm gonna be suckered into just adding mobs all night. Yeah, it'd be like that. Still find it funny that it can't find some of the other things, but... Oh, there's Spelunkery. Oh, the create jetpack, damn it. Man, why has there gotta be so much create shit? Man, there's so much cool stuff though, chat. Why is there so much cool stuff though? Guess I could have had this more thought out, but y'all can just deal with it, right? Right? Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Y'all got this. That's pretty cool. All right, so oh yeah, Earth to Java. Definitely want this one. Realistically, I don't care how large this mod pack is because I'm just going to be playing it. I'm not releasing this one. That's why I'm loading it up with a bunch of shit. I'm also just trying to stay away from things that may not work together. Cricketune. Tom. Okay. Yep. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's here, and there's a lot of stuff that isn't here. Kind of wild. Hey. Love to see it. Grab you. Grab you. I like how there's a lot of mods that are just like archived and such. Ooh, Spectrum. Yes. I'll grab that too. Create track. Mod Monicon. Come on. Come on. Grizzly bear. Duckling. Beneath the wetlands. Grab consistency. I'm not too good with Hephaestus yet. I don't think I've been sold entirely on the idea. It's supposed to be Tinkerer's Construct ported over to Fabric, but I'm not entirely sure of its stability, he says, probably adding what's now 400 mods to the mod pack. What do you require? Oh, you do require well. I mean, seriously though, chat, how cool would it be if instead there was a lot more just generalized, easier stuff to work with, right? In Minecraft? I don't know. Things are always just wonky. Again, I probably have over 500 mods at this point, you know? I mean, honestly, I don't really care how many mods there are, again, in this. It's like, whatever. But at the same time, it's kind of like, is this just going to be fun stuff, or... Oh, that is saturated. I don't know. Alright, I'll grab formations too. Yeah, this will probably fail because there's a lot. Oh, well. Are there any more fun things to add? Hmm. I mean, I do want to do mostly tech stuff, but there might be some fun GL stuff to do. There's modern dynamics. That's fluids. I do love fluids. Tesseract. That just seems like dank storage. You know, the other problem is too, right? Is using a lot of structure mods kind of slows things down. By kind of, I mean it really does slow things down a lot. So, yeah. It is what it is. I do like Glass Central a lot. Is this... God, that looks like another... Man, that's wild. A lot of these look like... Ooh, Mega Cells? Let's go. Could do Craptopia as well. Industrial Revolution, sign me up. Come on. Load up. You know you want to. You silly little one. Alright, we'll go and select that one. Man, songs with police sirens in it scared the shit out of me. Not even gonna hold you. Yeah. Like, why you do this? It's like you don't have to include police sirens, you know? It's actually really cool if you don't. Come on, Prism. There we go. Time and Wind. Wait. What am I doing this for? God damn it. I'm going around trying to do this when it's like I could just, you know, do the easier thing and just look for tech. All right. All right, what? What do you have? Yada 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 yada. Okay, no. Let's do magic. Another RPG. Ooh, but quantum freedom. This was published recently. All right, we'll give this a shot, chat. This is called Quantum Freedom. Yeah. Go grab this. And we'll just see how it goes. Let's go and check out the mods. Wow, I have Starlight here. That should not be there. Okay. Yeah, you don't need Starlight in this edition. Now, wait a minute. I just see create. I did. Huh. All right. Let's go grab this one. All right. And let's go grab you. Grab you. Grab you. Grab you. Okay. Mods. Go and grab you. All right. Let's launch. You didn't need to respond to that one, did you now? Some people are silly. Chat, you ever have that happen? No, I guess I could have downloaded videotape too. Whatever. I don't need every optimization mod under the sun, just the good ones. Ooh, that looks nice. Fancy. Actually, I like this.
Press enter to enable the narrator.
No. Stop that. Alright, let's go to options. Let's change this. Video settings. Go and do that. New. That's not the right one. That's the one. There we go. Go and do that. Go and do that. Perfect. Resource packs. Yeah, we'll go and add these. I don't see continuity. Fine. Fine. Yeah, we'll go and do that. I think overall, the big thing that we're probably going to do here is we're probably going to... If there's going to be a couple of mods that we add, it's going to be like the concurrent chunk management engine mod. There's something to speed some things up. Actually, doesn't look too bad though. Alright, let's go and do this. And we'll see where we end up. And yes, chat, I'm leaving the music on. Alright, alright. Sure, let's go and create the new world. Otherwise, the only thing I would add on here would be just some other create integrations, I guess. Alright, see how this works. Oh, it has origins. Ooh. Neat. Not realize it said origins. Here, we'll just go and do human. Of course, I get spawned on top of a tree. Oh shit. There we go. That's fine. Paladins, modern industrialization. Okay, that's not too bad. Rabbits, hemlock. Okay. Let's add some mods. Well, first, let's go and check. Okay. Yeah, let's go and add some mods. Okay. I mean, as you can see, there's already a lot of stuff here. Oh, it is already here. Nice. Is videotape here? Sometimes selling through that. Nope. Alright, let's go and do that. And let's go and do... These. And then let's go and do this. We'll do this. We'll do this. Okay, that's fine. Let's go launch a fucking tall tree, right? Oh, I forgot to go and install NVIDIA. Ah, well. Insufficient maximum stack size. What? Me personally, I just care that it loads. Everything else doesn't really matter to me. Does it load? Yes. Will it blend? Maybe. Ads? Oh my. Oh, we'll just let this load. We'll see where it goes. See, it's still loading. Nice. Nice. Love to see it. You absolutely love to see it. Oh, I guess the memory usage screen is kind of hidden. That's fun. Nice. Nice. Love being able to do that. More culling. Okay, cool. Now, let's go and add NVIDIA. Hey, you have a good one too, Caden. Thanks for hanging out as long as you did. I appreciate you and your presence. Does continuity work? I hope continuity works. I love to see connected textures. I guess we'll just have to see, right? Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. But yeah, Caden, have a good night. Thanks for hanging out as long as you did. Appreciate you. Chat. How is it already 1:38 in the morning over here? What in the hell happened? Chat, I got followed by some random ass Pidgey account. Like literally their name is Pidgey. And I'm very confused. Because it's quite literally one of the strangest accounts I've seen. Because it's like, from Pallet Town, only knows these 2 moves, and only appeared in like this season. But then it goes on to like super ultra right wing conservative shit, and it's like, what the fuck are you doing following me on X or Twitter, man? Like, what the hell? It makes no goddamn sense. It's like, what part of my account screams that that's just like a neat thing, right? Like, fuck out of here. Just a wee bit to the left over here. All right. Now we can go into video settings. NVIDIA Pog. Extras, nice. Performance, nice. Quality. Gonna get rid of distortion. And FOV stuff. Maximize that biome blend. Weather, leaves, who cares? All that. All fun and good by me. Alright. Single player. Create a new world. Damn it, I guess I should have enabled the continuity stuff. That's fine. Really, we didn't add too much to this now, did we? In fact, a lot of stuff we added was actually pretty basic. That's exciting. Haven't really changed a whole lot. Let's see where we end up. God damn it. No? Still spawning in a tree, but not a high tree. Alright, let's go back and let's go. Do that. And that should be fine. So we'll go and load up continuity textures just so that way there's, a little bit better spacing and just things look nicer. And for everything else, there's MasterCard, right? Yeah, I wish I had some ice cream right now. Like some good old vegan chocolate chip cookie dough ice cream. Maybe I'll make some. I do have an ice cream maker. Oh, the other thing I need to make is cold brew coffee. Nitro brew specifically. Yeah, I really do actually love cold brew coffee. Nice. Okay, let's go. Oh yeah. I need to add a zoom mod, don't I? Alright, let's go and adjust this. Minimap. change position, choose a preset, top right corner, confirm, formation settings, biome on. Oh, this doesn't have seasons? Okay, cool. That makes it a lot more friendly to me. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Is there 0 plus? No. Okay, we'll go and grab that mod too. Alright, and we'll probably have to go and grab Traveler's titles. Still though, that is really neat. I do like Hemlock a lot. Alright, we'll go and grab you, go and put you up here, and we'll go and do that. It is cool to be in a hemlock forest. Chad, I'm pretty sure hemlock is actually just poisonous to humans. I'm pretty sure it is. I don't remember how I know that or where I know it from, but I'm like 99% sure. Alright, we'll go and grab all this, and then we'll try and explore some other stuff. I'm going to do that. Go and grab you. Okay, neat. There's a few other mods I want to go and grab, but I can always go and grab those in like an hour or so. And just go and get some stuff playing. See where we end up, see how we end up. That's pretty neat. Ooh. A lot of the stuff here does look pretty nice. Might need to go and add some other mods to this. Seems kind of sparse. Presence, footsteps, and things like that, maybe. A few more sound mods. Ruby Ore, Tech Reborn. Okay, this might be a good place. Oh. Ow. You bastard. Red mushrooms. Don't like the pauses, but you do. Create fabric. Okay. Alright, let's go and do this. Alright. Why are you aimbot? Why are you trying to aimbot me? See, I turn that shit around, you know? $10, $11. Alright, then we come up here. See, this needs inventory profiles next. Go and do that. I'm gonna go and place you down there. Get aimbotted. Did you know you can craft granite? Pretty sure there's a bunch of people out there that also will just like immediately start automating. That's something I do want to get to. But notice get to, not necessarily do right off the bat. So I do want to explore some stuff in here. Not saying that makes me any better or anything like that. It's just, you know, preference. It's pretty neat to watch the stuff that they create when it comes to actually doing stuff in Create, because the Create mod's just like expansive and massive. Tin. Alright, let's go and mine some of this tin here. I think the other thing we can do with create is just like... Oh, zinc requires... Okay. I need to get some food, too. Damn, that's a lot of coal. Love to see it. Just having a good amount of coal. Can't have too much. Not in this game. Now, I think eventually what I want to do is I want to build, like, not a full mining system, but at least a semi-full mining system. You know, just something to keep us afloat. Here, go and make this a little bit more spawn-proof, I suppose. Okay. All right. So now what we need to do is find some iron. Or at the very least, find some way to heat up and get food. You know? You're an adorable owl. So cute. Chat, I love owls. Farmer's Delight and Delight. I think that's also what we're gonna have to go and grab. Yeah, we need food. So we need to find something. It's stat or a village. Or both. There's blue jays. It's adorable. What's in here? Nothing. Just mossy cobblestone. Shouldn't have. Can you eat mushrooms in Minecraft? Wait a minute. Damn it, I really need 500 blocks. Tell you what I need. I need a zoom mod. Maybe I'll go and grab a zoom mod. I'm passing up food. God damn it. Oh, a dead log. Dead head. Uh-oh. I'm out of speed. Monkers. Yes. I know it's cold, I know. Wait, what the hell? What are y'all? You're a water buffalo? Oh, that's sick. Did not realize that. Oh, there's a village around here, isn't there? Yeah, I think I'm coming up on it. Alright, so we'll have to go into the village. Chat, why do I feel ungodly hungry right now? I don't get it. Ooh. I'm a little chilly, just a little bit chilly. Probably not good to be running on all the snow. All the snow and the ice, it ain't that nice. Ads. Excuse you, I thought there was a village over here. It did say 500. Oh, 500 blocks. Jesus. Oh, a chunk is 16. I can count. Oh, that would have killed me. Oh, crap. Oh, let's go, boys. Please don't hit me. What is it? One arrow shot and I'm out of here? Yeah, I'm very close to death. That's no good. There's Ad Astra, though. That's pretty neat. Alright, we eat these every time. Nice. At least now we can swim faster, right, chat? Also, welcome back. Not trying to do a whole lot, but what we are trying to do is just have fun, right? Ooh, traverse. Tech reborn. Oh, crap. Now. What the hell? Oh, and you spawn me way the hell up here? Hold on. Where's that zoom mod? I am gonna grab Terralith. Where's the zoom mod? I mean, there's logical zoom. That's not the one. Already have trinkets. Where is it? Okay, so we're good there. Terrestrial. Okay. Sounds like the glitch mob chat. Yeah, I just like biomes. All right. So let's go and check out create. So what is this? Hmm. Okay. All right, we'll go and grab these two as well. Go grab that. Go grab that. Grab that. Grab that. Grab that. And we'll grab that. Okay. All right, now let's go and launch this. Should launch. See, chat, we go through, we make changes, we go through, we make changes, go through, make changes. And it's nice and easy. Keeping things relatively simple. That's the whole idea, right? I wonder, though. Where is that? Do I have an exploration playlist? Thought I did. Maybe I do, maybe I don't. I don't really care. I was just curious. I have jazz. Do you like jazz? Yeah, well, should get K-pop at some point. Uh-oh. Hey. Scared the shit out of me. Alright, so now we have EBE. Now let's see how much more performance we can gain with enhanced block entities and these other mods. Maybe we're lucky. Maybe we can gain some performance. I don't know. Or unlock some performance, whatever the proper terminology is. Maybe we do it, maybe we don't. It's another new world, chat. This time I am gonna enable the resource packs first, though. So it'll be continuity faithful, right? So if we go to options, resource packs, so continuity. I'll move that up. And where is EBE? There we go. Nice. That is fine. Makes all music play everywhere. No biome based. That's neat. We'll add this. This should, again, hopefully help us unlock some more performance. Because at least now everything will be able to go and use some certain assets and make things a lot more friendly to us. I'm always about getting the performance we can. Also, I do like this song a lot. Oh, chat. We are going to be streaming a lot this weekend. Or at least I'm going to try to. We'll see where everything else goes. I don't know. Today's the 23rd already. That's wild. It just occurred to me. I need to start streaming earlier, don't I? Especially when it comes to like playing Minecraft and such. Let's go and delete that. Let's go create a new world. Download some more mods. I definitely want to download some more wildlife mods too. I just like having a very densely populated world with a lot of just wildlife and a lot of fun activities and just fun things to go through, right? Because it's all that really for me kind of makes Minecraft feel more like Minecraft. I don't know how else to put it, if I can put it any better. It just, you know, kind of makes it flow a little bit better for me, and it's a little less intimidating overall, I guess. I don't think intimidating is the word I want to use, but you know, it's just a lot easier to work with, right? When it feels a lot more lived in. And maybe that's just a general theme for me for a lot of games, because I like my games to be heavily modded, heavily lived in, a lot of just things. I don't necessarily care if there's a lot of things to do. I just want the world to feel like it's alive, like there's a lot in there. Maybe that's just me going a little wild, you know? Yeah, it's just me going a little feral. I don't care if I'm a human. Ooh, look at this. Oh, this is nice. Oh, yeah. Dramatic improvement. Butterflies. Oh, yeah. Dramatic improvement for me. Oh, a white tulip. Mystical blue flower. I guess we can start Botania. Orange tulip. Tall mystical gray flower. I do like these. Oh, this is too cool for school, chat. I think that's a meteor down there. Neat. This is particularly better. Wild tomatoes. I'll take tomatoes. Apples. I like that little cherry log. Andesite. Cypress. Pretty neat. Why are there boars here? What's up, boars? Lettuce. Let us have some lettuce. Oh, I don't think I have eating animations down. That's fine. Japanese maple, how cool. Nice. This is some of the illest stuff, man. Like, I'm along with you. This is some of the coolest stuff. And I hardly had to do anything for it. Ooh, waystone. That's always nice. That's not wood. So, chat, I'm on the scale 1 to 10. Who here, oh, purple cornflower. Who here likes birch? I won't judge you if you do. I'm just curious. Not the biggest fan of birch in this game. I think it looks unfortunate. Yo, what up, villager? Did you just steal my hay? And by my hay, I mean the hay I'm stealing from you, because I want to make bread. Oh yeah. Game is instantly better. Just in terms of performance. You can actually just borderline feel it all over. That's wild. The villager. Hey, big guy. Little cat. I mean, seriously though. The game is dramatically better now. Toolsmith. Neat. Maybe grab the more villagers mod and kind of bring this up a little bit more. You know, give it a little bit more villagers, a little more stuff. Okay. So rotten flesh to emeralds, that's pretty sick. Chat, can clerics become zombified? I think they can. Whoa, you are sitting. You were sitting precariously. Also, I'm so used to the overhauled villages, I forgot to put them in. Another toolsmith. Kind of want to do that as well. You're a nitwit, I believe. Yeah. So you can't hold a job. Welcome back, chat. Nice. Oh, I forgot to get inventory profiles next. Alright, we'll go and set that as a respawn point. Let's eat tomatoes. Has reached the goal. Eat a tomato. Nice. Okay, there's plenty of young stuff to do. This might be my whole weekend, chat, is between Minecraft and coding. Just to let you know. Just so there's no guessing about where my head is at. I just kind of want to vibe. Especially this whole weekend, you know. Just want to... I don't think I'm going to be spending it with people. We'll see what happens. Not to bring the mood to stream down, but my mom just has a positive for having COVID. So a lot of our holiday plans are just like non-existent right now. So we would rather, you know, just I'm not saying I haven't. In fact, I tested negative, but you know, I'd rather not expose anybody else to anything in particular. Ooh, the graveyard is in here. Oh, nice. Nice. I actually didn't recognize that. Crimson roots. Look at this butterfly. That's so cool. Ominous bone staff fragment. Skull on pike. Laterally lying skeleton. God, these are so cool. I mean, seriously, chat. Modders take a lot of time to do this, and it's not so much that they can accomplish in a week, right? What Mojang takes years to implement. Yeah, keep in mind, Mojang is a much wider community to, like, make happy. But, you know, some things there's no excuse for, right? Like, why aren't there... Why was Bedrock just released like it was? Like, I understand wanting to make money from it, but, you know, Bedrock kind of... Let's just say... For what it's supposed to be and what it can do, with the access that it has, it definitely falls short in the modding community, and that's something I would love to see happen more, is just have Bedrock be far more friendly to mod developers. So that way a lot of the Java mods that are over there can come over and be even more wildly optimized and efficient on C, C++. It's not necessarily the language that generates that efficiency, but it's the coding paradigms and such. I mean, C++ does have a lot going for it in the sense that it is an unmanaged language, but still, it would be pretty neat if Bedrock was a lot more friendly to modders. To make it a lot easier and a lot cooler. I mean, just look at some of the mods that are on here, and look at like some of the biomes and all that stuff that gets added via mods. Like, come on, you can't tell me that making more Making mods for more platforms wouldn't be good. And I get it. It's a lot of work too, right? Look at a snail. Snail's just fine. Hello, brethren. A raven. I do like ravens. And robins. Yeah, now this pack is a lot smoother with some of the new mods that we added. They were probably, honestly, what I've probably done, do not look at it and be like, oh, Alu improved the mod pack. I did not. I have opinionated mods installed. That does not mean that anything was improved. It doesn't necessarily mean anything was degraded either. It just, you know, oh, I guess this is the Earth to Java stuff because these cows have different textures and such. That's neat. Just means that I saw stuff that was lacking that I'm normally used to and that I enjoy using, and I wanted them in, and they weren't here, so I added them in. It's as simple as that. Now I'm about to step on somebody else's work. No. Because this is somebody else's work, chat. Somebody put a lot of time into this mod pack. Putting these mods together, especially Create and Sodium. It's not easy to do. Can I stand on this? Does this make me less cold? It does. That's pretty neat. Now, we always give credit where credit is due. And to the creator of this mod pack, this is an excellent pack so far. I have barely even started to scratch the air above the surface, and I've already added on some mods, but overall this is a great pack, and I don't ever want it to be construed otherwise. Doing good. Did I add some mods that I think belong in a pack? Yes, but does that mean they do? No, because your intention for the pack and mine are completely different. Or they could be completely different, I should say. I don't know if they are completely different. But you've done a great job on this. That's really all that matters. It's that people pick up your pack immediately and they can just play it. No questions of stability. You got a cool intro. Logo works nicely. You know. You did it to set out. You did it with a goal in mind, and you got it to do that goal. And that's commendable. That's Tsubaki. That's more than I can say I've ever done in a Minecraft mod pack. I've always set out with a goal, and I've always managed to find a way to not make that goal. So, yeah, definitely done a good job on that front. I mean, I haven't even really started like playing around with Create or any of those mods. I've just been kind of vibing, kind of exploring it around. You know, getting some of the stuff here and there. It's still cool to see with these other mods installed too, to see it a little bit more populated. Oh, a rubber log for Tech Reborn. Wait, what? Purple lupine. Okay, from regions. Oh god. Homeboy's fast AF. Fast AF, lads. Oh god. Woo! There's just so many mobs. Holy smokes, chat. Sparrow. Why do zombies have like infinite detection range? They smell the fear. Something along those lines, though. Seriously, that's something that's bothered me for a while, is that zombie detection range is just, like, absurdly high. And for what seems like no goddamn reason. It's just high because it can be. Ooh. You know, maybe that's something I should do, is make a mod that turns down zombie detection range. How cool would that be? What's that? It's a graveyard. Actually. Yeah, see with inventory profiles next. I could have done that a lot faster. But, hey, you know what? Next thing to add. Same thing with eating animations. We just keep adding until it breaks. Oh, I see a village. It's pretty neat. Highland Fields. Oh. Almost ate shit there. Oh, nice. Look at that village. Oh, shit, a creeper. Enzian? That's cool. Meadow. Got it. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in here. Meadow is really cool. Hey, what's going on, big guy? How you doing? Protect me, please. Okay, that's neat. Also just holding down shift to do that. Smooth stone. Nice. Why are you using a special beam cannon on me? What'd I do to you, vampire? Yeah, crisp. Alright, now we can rest. I mean, maybe there's more stuff we can get up to. I know there's a lot of mods that aren't compatible right now with this Create version. I do wonder what they did to make Create compatible. Wait, is that a jockey? Holy crap, it is. Wild. Alright, what's over here? And again, running NVIDIA. Running as many optimization mods as I can find and get a hold on. Of course, there's still going to be more. This is an illusioner's house, I'm willing to bet. Yep, illusioner. What the hell? What hurt you? Huh? I guess you were just a ticking entity. Oh. Oh. We cool though, right? Ooh, little froggies. This is pretty neat though, chat. Pollen. Talking about being allergic to shit. I know so many people that are allergic to pollen. Maybe if I took off Faithful, it would run a little smoother too. So I'm pretty sure the Faithful pack doesn't help with all these extra biomes. Oh, that's awkward. And I was just vibing. I wasn't even doing nothing. The homeboy decided to follow me. Some bears are just aggressive, man. I mean, look at this. It's all wild. I am liking it, though. There's a lot more stuff we gotta do. A lot more stuff we gotta essentially just get a handle on. Also, I gotta update Vanadium to take it to a new pack Warbath. MLG! Let's go. This is neat. Okay, let's see here. Options, resource packs. Let's take off Faithful. And we'll just leave the basic stuff. And now we just wait for it to load. It'll take a little bit. It is reloading a resource pack. The other thing to note is that I'm still not running shaders, right? Video settings, extras. Let's go and show the FPS. Yeah, take a look at that. Take a look at the I'm just looking at the refresh rate. Oh, I do have Galasphere installed. Actually, you know what? I'm going to turn on creative. Maple Forest, Nature Arise. Oh, that's cool. Bauxite. These little cave sections are so neat. Deep Slate Uranite. Oh, Powa is installed in this? I didn't realize Powa was compatible. That's so cool. Also, yeah, newer editions of Minecraft are pretty slick too, chat. There's a lot of really slick stuff in the new Minecraft stuff, like the trial rooms and all that. That's super... Wait, that's Nature Arise? Is aluminium? That's cool. Alright, we definitely need to go and grab, like, Almost Unified and all that stuff, too. Old growth fir forest. Benderman. Okay, and there's moss. Could start doing a lot of redstone farms here tomorrow. Alright, so chat, I think I have a rough idea of what I want to do, how I want to do it. I just need to figure out a couple of more mods to install to maximize the performance, and then a couple of more resource packs to install to just kind of maximize the visuals for everything on the mod, including progression, how to play. Okay, Slink. Does this have Jade? Does. Okay, cool. Waystones. Okay, cool. Okay. And you are REI, so I can go and do this. And I can do that. And now it's tremendously faster. Oh, yeah. Almost like night and goddamn day, chat. Now, again, normally you'll see me do stuff like this, but with a little bit of my own spin. And I think that's what I'm going to do tomorrow, is I'm going to try making something similar to this, but have it still, you know, fundamentally work. And then add a few more tech mods and a few more world origination and optimization mods here and there, and see what I can come up with. And then we'll just go live and get the rest to be displayed nicely. And that'll work out quite well. Right now, all I'm doing is I'm just exploring the general idea of the pack, trying to get a rough idea for what the goal of this pack may have been, other than just to get you into like create and such. Sadly, though, I think I will end up taking out Origins. Mostly because I don't... Well, no, there's Bewitchment. That's fine. Needs some sort of balance, doesn't it? Is this a mystical yellow flower? Oh, snap. They're bright. Nice. Also love being in a savannah. I might add traveler's titles. You know, just a few QL stuff, and for everything else, it'll just be, you know, just a couple of fun things. You know, maybe a couple of more mobs, like whoa, just a water pool. That's neat. Termites. It's also neat. Oh, it's a lion. A rune portal. Yeah, I might add some more structure mods and things like that too, that only work on like vanilla structures. And only use vanilla blocks, so that way nothing's just like super wild. And inventory profiles next, just for convenience. Okay, crying obsidian is crying, as it should be. But, you know, overall, this pack is featured, I believe, around Create. So, since it's featured around that mod, that means everything else needs to have some sort of good tie-in to the Create ecosystem and environment. And without that, then you kind of just lose the overall focus of the pack. And I don't want to do that. I just want to play this, have a blast, set it up, and then I want to figure out how to do that for the SMP that I'm building. Because I've been testing the finalized mod list for a while, but I want to get this shit up and running before New Year's, so that way we have something to do on New Year's all together. So we'll see what we can do. But yeah, chat, overall, I'm definitely happy with this mod pack. So there will be a lot of good stuff to just try and, copy over and get through. And the sooner we can get through that, the better off we will be. Oh, there are giraffes. Nice. All right, chat. Let's call it here. Is what, 2:40? Yeah, let's call it here. Been streaming for a little over 4 hours. So going forward, chat, the interesting thing here is that this is going to be my relatively simple or simplistic side to streaming. Not really going to do as much as I was doing before, simply because my life has gotten tremendously busy. So we'll just see how things work out on that front, and we'll see how things work out in other areas too. But tonight, it's been fun. Glad we got to talk about software engineering and software development overall as a career, and you don't necessarily need to be good at rote arithmetic and that level of mathematics in order to just be good with software. So yeah, it's been fun. I will be back later today. We're gonna obviously pick up some more on the API side of things for the Omendens shared API, and then we're gonna go and see if we can at least get into the fast endpoints Swagger page and Swagger documentation, start loading up and syncing up identity with that. And then we're gonna go and return to this Minecraft stuff. We're gonna play some Minecraft and try and get more sides out of this pack. So I'm looking forward to it. But overall tonight, chat, it's been fun. It's been a blast. I've missed you all, and I'll keep coming back to stream whenever I can. But till then, till tomorrow. Well, later today. Hope you have a wonderful night wherever you are. It's been a really nice time. Thank you again. And yeah, hope you have a wonderful weekend. Chat, I've been Alu, and from the Omen Den, I'll see you next time.